Hello. I couldn't see the bottom of my screen for a minute, but now we're good. Hola. There we go. One moment while I collect myself here. There we are. Oh, turtle bites, settle down. Yeah, refresh. I'm here. I'm not going to be chatting. And, I mean, I'll chat, but I'm going to be listening. I hope you are too. Too many cat feet. I'm going to have to make that more
Mic
expensive.
check. Are we getting audio? Mic works.
Tell me if you
Awesome.
can
Thank you.
hear Brandon also.
I am back. How about now? Can you guys hear me now? I know everybody could hear Brandon. I'm back. I'm here. I'm here. Let's do this. Welcome, everybody. It's great to see over 104 people in the audience. We're going to do a quick giveaway before we start. If you want to go in and check the free stuff channel, be ready because Azar Cyrus is going to post. Oh, she's already got one going. She's already got a couple going. Well, let's see. Some short 3-minute giveaways. Uh, let's do one Azar Cyrus where it's just 15 seconds. So only people who are in the chat can jump in. So be watching that channel. We're just going to do this for about 2 minutes. Once we get started, we're going to stop these free stuff giveaways or at least slow them down. I'm not sure. Azar Cyrus has a few goodies to give away. She's got some loot, first wave upgrade cards, some boosters. So there's the short one. Hurry and quick. Enter in the free stuff. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, and it's over.
Fast.
Thanks for showing up early, everybody. We are excited. We put a lot of work into getting ready for this AMA. We know the Legion is excited to hear the updates. The mods have been awesome about helping us roll forward and keeping the community going while we've prepared everything. And we do have a lot to cover. Some very exciting news to share today.
Yeah. Well, let's go ahead and kick this thing off. So, first off, welcome everybody to the Warsaken AMA for March 1st, 2023. We have some exciting announcements, as Coleman mentioned. We're going to go over a few different areas, and we've got a fairly large agenda to cut through, and then we'll make sure that we save some time at the end to answer questions. But we're going to go ahead and start off with probably the most pressing question that everybody has on the top of their mind. what are the changes to loot that we announced that we were going to be making changes about. We want to go ahead and get that going, just so that everybody is not shocked by anything as they go through the interface and start doing their normal daily claims. So, first off, loot is being halved. We are having all of loot across the board. Every single thing that currently costs loot will cost half as much loot, and every single thing that produces loot will produce half as much loot, with the ultimate effect that any loot currently in your wallets at this moment effectively has double the buying power. We will be going forward with this plan immediately. In addition to that change, we have moved forward with purchasing 40,000 wax worth of loot off of Alcor. That has now been already transferred back into the Warsaken War Chest and resides there. We will also be minting and burning 5 trillion of the 10 trillion maximum loot has, and a little bit more to bring the total amount of loot on the market down to 500 million even. This obviously is a pretty significant change. We'll make updates about the payout table and the information that we just made public here on our website, and make sure that everybody gets their questions answered. And one of the other things that's important to understand is that anything where loot was being given out as a reward or anything to that effect, this is going to be a halving there as well. So ally loot payouts, we've got the ally loot rewards that we've been doing. If you're a member of the power supporters, you're going to get half as much there as well. We're just blanket cutting everything across the board in half.
And to answer a question that's in the general chat, yes, we bought 40,000 wax worth of loot, which is about 12 million loot, to take that off the market, and we have that in Warsaken is holding that now in our coffers.
Yep. And I think the thing is, these kinds of announcements obviously have an impact on how people perceive the value of loot, which could be a positive or a negative. We've been very careful not to make any major changes or adjustments until just before this AMA when we purchased the loot. And we are trying to make sure that we treat everything as we would have before. The thing that's important to understand about this is that this is a little bit of a warning to the way that we want to handle things. There will not be further announcements for changes like this in the future. We expect that there are going to be situations like this as we change from seasons of war to different seasons of war, and those changes will need to be taken abruptly, the same way that this was taken. The difference in this case is we have never made one of these changes before, and we wanted to make sure that everybody was given a heads up to decide whether or not they wanted to do something specific with their loot, one way or the other, leading up to the event. Coleman, anything you want to add to any of that?
No, I think it's important to just reiterate what you just barely said. In the future, we are going to do what's best for the loot, for the tokenomics, for the company. And so if we make changes like this in the future, we'll just most likely make the changes and then announce that we made them. So I know you just said that, but I just want everybody to understand where we're coming from on that. Nobody should have lost anything on this, because you're getting half as much, packs cost half as much. Any loot you're currently holding, as Jensen just pointed out in the main chat, is worth twice as much. We obviously can't change what's in your wallet. If you have loot NFTs, those are now worth twice as much in effect. It shouldn't hurt anybody, and we think for tokenomics and moving forward, and with what we have planned, we think this. We've been talking about this for over 6 months, and just what is the right time, what is the best way to implement it. The whole team has weighed in from various angles, and finally pulling the trigger on it after working on it for quite a while.
Yeah. So the other thing to note is loot cards. So the NFT form of loot, those are going to maintain their current values. So if you pull one of those out of a loot pack, you will be seeing a double reward there effectively. We also felt like the change and the time of this change being specific to, the, sort of the timing of loot packs for set one coming to sort of a conclusion. That's not a coincidence. We did time this with the intent to try and make sure that when we were finished with the initial launch of the loot packs, and enough of the 2 million loot cards and things like that had been pulled from those packs and used, that we felt much more comfortable making a big change like this. But I just want to make sure it's really, really clear. There will be changes like this, one way or the other, in the future. We will not make announcements about when those things will happen and what dates they will take place. They will likely coincide with major events potentially, but they aren't necessarily going to be tied to any one thing. It may be in the best interest of Loot to do such a move, and we will try and do what we can to continue that going forward.
And I like what War Never Changes just said. We've tried to say every time we do an AMA, every time we make announcements, and with everything we announce from here on out, we have plans for set two that we're going to reveal with some specific numbers. All of that is subject to change. Changes that affect people greatly, we'll try to do in small bites. Changes that are positive, we may take a big bite like we did today, where it's overall positive for 99.9% of loot out there.
So we have a lot of topics to go through today. I feel like we can't just walk away from this loot having conversation quite as quickly as I would like to. I really feel like there's quite a few questions that may be burning here. I wonder if we could maybe just kind of skim chat and see if there's like 2 or 3, maybe 4 questions we want to take right now, and then we'll move
Good
into
idea.
the other parts of the agenda.
Yeah, post in general chat if you have questions, and we will try to catch them all. Can you explain the motivation / reasoning behind the loot change? 2 questions, double question, same question.
Yeah. So like I mentioned, so our intent was to time this towards the end of loot packs. One thing to understand is that we know that we're going to be adding more cards to the system. There are going to be more people claiming, there's going to be more things out there for people to get. More people have earned XP and gotten to new ranks. We have a roadmap of things that we have not necessarily shared. And the reality is that we know that there, if we simply just put those things on the market, that would impact loot in a way that might only potentially be perceived as negative. There are trade-offs obviously across the board, and we're trying to do what we can to balance all of the different variables, so to speak, that keep loot interesting to the Warsaken project and people who are interested in coming in and being a part of that project.
We also got a question, how long will the AMA be? Brandon and I will probably talk for about an hour. So from now until 50 minutes from now, and then we'll probably answer questions for about an hour. That's just my guess.
Yep.
Next question. With the rumored or real eventually monthly fee to have access to all the cards for standard, how do you expect this to affect card value, ROI, and the loot system? So the subscription service he's talking about.
Yeah, I mean, so we will have more information about the way cards will work in terms of gameplay XP coming soon. We'll be covering a little bit about some of the things in the Blitz development and when those things will hit a little bit in terms of sequence. And so we'll get to that to some degree.
Cool. Mr. Sleepy asked, can you guys increase XP requirements by 10x? I've actually seen this. I saw this comment earlier today. I know a lot of people are reluctant to have us do something like this. We've already said that when set 2 comes out, we're going to increase the requirements by about 35% or so, and that number is not firm. But you will need to have more XP to maintain the same loot level at that point. But we're not gonna 10x the requirement. Each season of war or each set that comes out, we may bump it up a little bit. I seriously doubt you'll ever see a 10x change from us. We're doing 35% because it's something people can prepare for, people can swallow. You go out, you buy a few more packs. Hopefully you're excited and you want to buy set 2 packs anyway. And so it's just a natural progression. We don't want to shock the system and make everybody go out and spend 10 times or get the collection 10 times what they have right now.
Yeah. The other thing, just to clarify the reason for the percentage. So there's a lot of factors. Loot's utility. We have wheel spins coming pretty soon. There's other added utility we want to, employ. There are changes to the way loot packs are coming in set 2. There's going to be gameplay XP available and some other changes that we haven't yet again announced that I think will have an impact. And so we have come to the number of 35 roughly. We think is a good amount that is fair for people who have been simply earning off of only holding cards. Being able to start playing and actually earning through gameplay is a great additional way to earn XP, and we want to highly encourage that. And we've kind of made mention of this from the get go. I think the number has fluctuated anywhere from 25% to 50% increases in both discussions within the Legion and internally. The reality is 35 is kind of where we've pretty well landed. We'll see. It's not completely firm. There are still some possibilities that we might change that. But right now, that's what we're looking at.
Excellent. And I've seen a couple comments. We may not see a true doubling of the price of loot, especially overnight. It's already gone up. Even after we did a buy, we bought 40,000 wax worth, as Brandon mentioned. It may not double completely. The wax price is going up. Cryptos are changing. There's always different contents in the current loot packs. We're out of loot packs now. We have platinum loot packs. We're going to make an announcement in a few minutes about what's coming next month. So we don't expect to take the value right now if it's 0.002 and see it at 0.004 because there's so many factors that go in. We're more looking at the direction that it's going and where, as Brandon already mentioned, the project's going and everything else that goes into the formulas that we're working with and what's coming in the future.
Yeah. And I think we should probably go ahead and move into the rest of the agenda. I think we've got
Let's
a lot
do
of
it.
other things to cover.
I am going to take the questions from Discord and copy them into a separate document. So once we get to the end, we'll just come back and we'll start at the top and go down. So if you have a question, post it anytime and I'll try to watch.
One really quickly, I just noticed in general chat about the wheel spins because we announced the cost would be 25,000 loot. Yes, the intent would be that they would get lowered from 25,000 to 12,500. Okay. All right. So I'm going to kind of skim through some info about the current state of packs for set 1. So Genesis of Conflict is coming to an end. We have the main set has been out for a long time. We expect that there's a lot of opportunity people have already had to get those packs. They will remain on the market until set 2 goes ahead and drops. But once set 2 is launched, we will be removing whatever remains of Genesis of Conflict off of the market. We will hold those packs for a potential later date. We may never release those packs. We aren't exactly sure. There is a certain number of the booster packs that will continue to be used for official streamers and giveaways within the Discord and other giveaways that we want to leverage them for. And right now we're sitting at under 4,000 premium packs, under 2,000 Genesis of Conflict Elite packs, and we've got about half of our booster packs remaining. The loot packs have sold out for this month, and the platinum loot packs were under 1,000 left. We expect that those will stay on the market for the remainder of the month until they are actually sold out. We'll get a little more detail on that in a minute. Anything you want to add to the current state of the existing packs?
It's exciting to see the elite packs get down so low. We're getting to where there's only 5% left. And so it's at any time someone could go in and scoop them off, or if there was a few people that were like, we want to get what's left in there. There are still some really good cards in there. So yeah, that's the main one that I'm watching. And once those go, it'll be interesting to see what happens with the other packs.
Yeah. Just to clarify, when we said halving, I mean every single thing that produces loot should be halved, including tenants and owners. Everything. Yeah. Flames got it. I can see his comments in the chat. So everything is halved. Okay. So yeah, so Genesis of Conflict coming to an end. It's been an awesome set. We're so excited for all the success that we've had with Genesis of Conflict. We're looking forward to the future with Savage Escalation. We're really excited about the mini sets that come with the physical boxes. We're excited about the just general progression that we've had in the way that we've been able to introduce new mechanics in set 2. We're really excited for everything that's coming. So let's talk a little bit about next month's loot packs. So yeah, we're out of set one loot packs. Well, not really. We have loot packs that we have taken off the market at the end of every month after they didn't sell. Those loot packs will be returning in the form of vouchers, mystery pack vouchers. So those will work for both loot packs and platinum loot packs. You will see them in the store. The vouchers will operate very similarly to any of our other redeemable NFTs. You will purchase them directly from the store with loot in the same prices that you would expect to pay for a loot pack or a platinum loot pack, and then which now has been halved. You will then take those cards and you will be able to go and redeem them. And when you redeem them, you will get them returned, or you'll get a pack returned back to you. It will be RNG selected from among the pool of remaining packs. So you won't know what pack you're going to get until you've redeemed the card, and you won't be able to open the pack after that point for the standard amount of time, because that's the point at which the pack will actually be minted. So it is an extra step, and we recognize that this isn't maybe the most impressive user experience change we could make, but there is a reason for it. We want to make sure that the loot packs are sort of treated equally across the pool. And in order to do that, we needed what I would call an abstraction layer between simply just dropping the remaining packs back on the market and having some, intermediary step that allows you to buy, a pack, but not necessarily be sure of what kind of loot pack you're going to get from which month. The other thing about that is that the vouchers will not come down. So we've in previous months, obviously, we've said, hey, well, we've gotten to the end of the month, we're going to swap. And it will not be the case with the vouchers. The vouchers will be up until they are sold out. There is a voucher that represents every single loot pack across all of the available loot packs for both loot and platinum loot packs. And once those are completely sold out, and only once those are completely sold out, we will be looking at dropping the Savage Escalation loot packs on the market. So the Savage Escalation loot packs will have a very different structure in them. They're going to effectively be kind of a hybrid between a regular loot pack and a platinum loot pack. There will only be one form of loot pack. We're trying to both simplify and make the odds a little more clear for everyone. And that is going to be dropped basically sometime after the vouchers have sold out. Anything you want to add to that, Coleman?
I do not have anything to add to that. It's going to be exciting buying packs, and I said I don't have anything to add. Now I'm making my comment. Yeah, seeing people jump in and not know what packs they're going to get, it's going to make it give it another level of excitement.
Yeah, super awesome. Okay, so we were kind of talking about Savage Escalation. So let's kind of go into some more details about the progress on set 2. So set 2 is design complete. It is art complete, and we are currently actively reviewing cards for errors and doing a final quality assurance pass. Once that is done, we will feel like we've finally created all of the image assets for the set, and then we will begin the process of pre-minting in the coming weeks. Or sorry, pre-minting. The reality is that that's going to take a while. It's a slower process to pre-mint all of those cards. So with the set being roughly the same number, and every single variation that was available in Genesis of Conflict will be available in Savage Escalation, we're confident that we're going to have quite a few cards to mint, and it's going to take a bit of time to get through all of that. And then we have a tentative launch of the set on May 6th. It, in theory, will, if we've got everything, all of our ducks in a row and everything's ready to drop, we'll drop it on that date. It isn't completely solidified yet, but we are planning on that at this point. That is what we expect to be able to hit, but there's a lot of stuff going on, and we don't necessarily, a lot of the same resources working on Blitz or would have to be also working on pre-minting and things like that. So there is a lot of work to do just across the board. The launch packs will be purchasable for Wax. They will be in roughly the same configuration. There are some differences between the packs by a bit, and we'll go over that in a future AMA. But the reality is that the number of packs will be somewhat reduced when it comes to the booster packs. We're cutting the booster packs by about half, and both in elite packs and booster packs, you'll see a reduction in total number of cards from 18 down to about 12. and all of the cards that are being removed are rank 1 and rank 2 cards. So we're just trying to mint a little less of the stuff that everybody kind of is, that's floating around in abundance a bit more. It also reduces the overall number of total NFTs that are in the system. Set 2 has like some really amazing leaders, new game mechanics. There's going to be some amazing story, and lore advancements that will be releasing slowly as that set kind of hits. Really, really cool to have been a part of that set development. There's been some members of this Discord that have been participating in developing that set, officially for almost a year in most of their cases. Some of them a full year or over a year. And the involvement of the team and the card design work that has been going on has been amazing. We are all just completely pleased with how well the team has worked together to come up with some really great new mechanics and interesting interoperable gameplay between set 1 and set 2. And we've been mindful of all of that in the playtesting. And so we'll be seeing those cards hitting the market as soon as they are ready.
I got to give a shout out to you, Brandon, the design team, the art team, the people working on developing the game mechanics for set 2. I've been going through it a lot, with proofreading and making sure everything makes sense. So the set is awesome. The art is awesome. The play style is going to be a new style, new options for people who want to get in and play standard with different possibilities. I'm really excited about how it turned out, and so huge kudos. Also, a huge thank you to our power supporters. We put out a call for people to help us kind of look over the cards and find any last minute errors, and they responded in a huge way. So huge shout out to our elites, our decans, our tyrants, our champions, our ambassadors. We really appreciate all of you that volunteered. And I wasn't even actually able to use. I had a list of people and I didn't even get to the bottom of it because we had so many people working on it. So I wanted to give a huge thank you to everyone who jumped in and helped with that.
Yeah. I really want to give a huge shout out specifically to Kubos and to Stolen Goods, and I'm just gonna say Steven, because Steven, I don't know if everybody knows Steven as his other name he uses in Discord, but the reality is those three have been heavily involved and doing such amazing work, managing and coming up with a lot of really interesting designs and working with the rest of the design team to really refine them. So it's just been amazing. Okay, we're going to switch gears.
Give a quick update before we move on. The your loot claiming is live, so you can now claim, and it, like we mentioned, it will be half the amount. Platinum loot packs are for sale again, so you can buy those, and they are half what they were before. So everything's live. Shout out to our dev team, Dan and his team. Did an awesome job getting all this very seamless. We did take it down for an hour just so we get everything done, but super seamless transition. Everything's up and going again. So shout out to them and thank all those guys for all the hard work on that end.
Yeah. And Solo just dropped a question in the chat. When is the website going to get updated? It will be updated after this event. Just FYI, those numbers on the website will get updated. Okay, we're going to switch gears and kind of talk about an interesting topic. First off, we are, as I mentioned, set 2 is coming to a close. So we are finishing it. It is ready to start, the process of full production work, getting it kind of finalized. The important thing now is to focus on the next set from a development perspective. We have to get the next set started. That's just the way this whole system works. And as we've been looking at the art for the next set, which is going to be called Axioms of Allegiance, has been it's been really awesome. Shimmick's been doing a great job. Lou's been doing a great job on the art. One of the sort of interesting situational things we find ourselves in is that our lead character artist, Levy, has decided to kind of step back a bit from some of the art that she's been producing, and her capacity is going to be, lowered pretty substantially. So we are going to need to find, somebody who can really kind of fill her shoes. The reality is, though, however, we don't have that person right now. So what we're doing is experimenting. We're looking at different options. We are talking to a lot of different character artists and doing what I would call art tests. We ask them to basically create a card that we've commissioned them for and see how they do. And if they turn out well, Great. We've already denied like 4 artists since then. We are pretty picky about the hyper realism that we're trying to achieve and the quality that we're trying to achieve. And one of the sort of interesting opportunities that has come about is exploration of how to leverage AI art and things like Midjourney and Stable Diffusion potentially for this process. This is an interesting new area. One of the challenges with this particular area is that there's a lot of unprecedented uh, copyright law that has not been defined around who owns images, how much human involvement needs to be involved to create those copyrights. Do the companies that generate them, own the copyrights? How does all of that work? And then the fact is, there's also a big question about the source material that trained a lot of these AIs that these companies have claimed fair use for. So we're monitoring all of those things, and we have a year to get this next set kind of cranked and fully dialed to 11. So the reality is we want to take some time to explore how we might be able to leverage AI art. And so what I want to show today, I'm just going to drop this in general chat, is a an image that kind of shows how AI art might play a role in Warsaken. So we have in this particular case an example that I've just dropped into general chat, an image that was created by 2 images that were created by our main character artist, Levy. And she did one for set 2 and she did one for set 1. And what we did is we leveraged that to generate a series of faces that we felt like were the accurate representation, of what we wanted this character being Bella, to look like. And the reality for us is that every artist, even the same artist, will not necessarily paint the same face exactly the same way. And there's a bunch of difficulties for these kinds of character artists in trying to make these free form art pieces look consistent. So one of the things that we did with the face generation is then we reinforced the original art pieces with the faces that were generated from AI to generate a series of images based on a prompt set that we've come up with that illustrated the story that we wanted to tell around the character. You'll see that the final output piece, there's some really strange things in this. The AI is not perfect, and we're seeing a lot of things improving, and it is improving very rapidly. But there are definitely some weird quirks. The things like badges and patches and holsters and things like that kind of just look more like melted blobs of stuff. But the composition overall, the visual treatment, sort of the language of the image is there. And so what we've then done is taken our preferred face that we thought from all of the face generation, and we've used Photoshop to put it in place over the top of the face from the original AI generated, and then upsampled the crap out of that. And then we handed that off to a real artist. And that's where this process is now significantly longer if we follow this process, but the results are very striking. So after our artists that we have on staff to go went through and added things and cleaned up pieces and clarified coloring and made slight adjustments and really brought elements that were key to, from previous pieces of the same character forward, such as a scar on the face. We really see an amazing piece, and I think that this has a potential to be a solution for us. We're going to continue to explore it and see how it affects the way that we're proceeding. The reality also for us is that we know that there are some people who are against the idea of AI art. A lot of artists definitely are. I myself, as an artist, have my own opinions about AI's role in art and what that means for everyone. And I think that this is a new transformative tool that we need to be figuring out how to integrate into our processes so that we can leverage the fullest extent what it can do. You saw fairly recently, there's a lot of news about, Chat GPT and some of these other AI generative tools really taking center stage. And it's because they really are transforming the way people are working. And so we want to look at how that might work for us. So with that, we are still, like I said, exploring what that means for how we would represent the artists on the card, whether or not those images are copyrightable, what thresholds do we need to cross. So we're going to be working that out as we go, and thinking about the impact of that. But we wanted to get the sort of the initial take on what people in the Legion think about this approach. Because if we spend quite a bit of effort and energy and money moving towards this over time, And we find out that there, a lot of people in our customer base that just feel offended by the idea of AI art, for example. We would want to be much more transparent up front, and so that's why we're bringing it to you at this point to kind of get a sense for, um, the input. So I think there will be an opportunity to ask questions about this at the end of the AMA. But that's the main point I wanted to just kind of touch on. Dylan, anything you want to add to that?
Yeah, I have a couple thoughts. The use of this is making the art, the sets, the game better, which is the bottom line. And a lot of very smart and talented people are putting their fingers on this along with the AI. Like I think it's the best of both worlds because you got the human brains and the human talent, the art talent, uh, before the AI even touches it, and then after and during, and then the design team is still going back and forth, just like you always do when you're doing the art on a card. What needs to change? What's the good part? What can we take from this? So it's been interesting to see the process evolve and how much work it takes to get this. But yeah, how cool it's turning out and what a great product is going to result.
Yeah. And if you're watching this in the recording, because this is going to go up on YouTube after the event, you can visit our Discord, get in Warsaken, discord.gg/Warsaken, and we'll post some notes about this. We may have some of these images also posted on our website for review later as well. Okay.
Yeah, and I did pin that picture that you shared. So the image of Bella and the kind of the progression is pinned in general chat for you to find.
Excellent. Okay, let's talk about Blitz development. So we have been working really hard on quite a lot of features that are going to be coming in what I'm referring to as the Blitz beta update 2. So the effort that we're putting in right now has been accelerated because we brought on an amazing new developer. She's actually in the audience here. You could say hi to the Discord if you'd like. Robin Hood is one of our devs. She's amazing. The work that she's been able to do so far in the short period of time, quickly ramping up and onboarding, has been impressive to say the least. We're excited for the work that she's focused on, and so just generally welcome her if you see her around, in the Discord, in the Discord general chat or anything like that. And we'll be continuing to sort of work on, doing what we can to accelerate development. Obviously, what I would say is, kind of behind where we'd like to be. We don't give dates, but we know that we, feel like we can get something done in a certain number of weeks. And sometimes, things really cause that to substantially slow down. There's a number of life events that may, impact that. We may onboard a new, person. Sometimes that can help us get back on track. So we're looking to, drop the next update fairly soon. We have had to sort of turn attention to this voucher system to make sure that it's buttoned up, solid, and ready for people. Dan's been putting in a lot of work there, and there's two major pieces in the Blitz development update 2 that really have not been like we're still working through, and those are both things that Dan is working on as well as what Robin Hood's working on. So the reality that we're facing right now is we've got some more time because Dan had to be pulled off to do, focused on the vouchers. So we're going to get a few more features in, which is great. But the Blitz update will come with the new mulligan feature. So when you go to play, currently you get the hand that you start with. In the new feature, you are given the opportunity to decide if you like that opening hand or if you'd like to draw another one. There's a free mulligan in every in the game, and then if you want another mulligan, you can, but it will allow the other player to get a card, which is a pretty big deal. Continuance is another major feature that's being added to Blitz. So right now, if you were able to mill someone to oblivion and make it so they have no way to get to any card to win, and your opponent is in the same boat, the game locks up at this point in beta. And that's not what is intended. What is intended is what we call a continuance, where all of the cards in your discard are shuffled and replaced back into your arsenal. And then both leaders are still compromised, and then you continue the next turn as you would normally. So that feature is also going to be included in the new update. One of the bigger ones is the auto matchmaking. So now when you go in, once this new update is released, you'll be able to simply hit start a game, and it will connect you with anybody else who has done the same thing without having to share battle codes. You can separately go ahead and still say join with a battle code, and it'll create one for you, and then you can also just use one to jump in. So it doesn't have to change how you're doing your games today if you don't want, but it will make things easier for people to find an opponent when nobody's around in the Discord at that particular time, which can always be a little bit difficult. The weather nerf, it will also be included, which will limit deck construction to only 16 weather cards. There is also going to be a tenant and owner nerf in terms of gameplay. You can only have one per deck. That will also be included in this update. We will be including new card sleeves. I shared an image of that last night in the Discord, but basically card sleeves will be random for now, but eventually those will be coming from what's in your wallet, as those will all be NFTs. And game mats, new die skins, battle titles, and new music. Those will all be included as new things that you'll be getting access to for a short period of time until we finally release the in-game items as NFTs. Deck builder UX improvements, which is one of the major things that Robin's working on. So the deck builder UX improvements is really about trying to make that onboarding experience much, much, much better. And making the way that people construct their decks, and based on what they have in their wallet, simpler process. You are aware of what you are able to add, and that we just do a better job of hand holding you through that experience. It's tripped up many people, even with good intentions around the design, and even trying it out several participants before we actually dropped it on the market. It had a couple of UX issues that we didn't foresee until we had a broader sense of people using it. The other thing that we're hoping to get in, I'm like 90% sure that we'll have time to finish this feature included in the deck builder improvements, is the auto deck builder. So if you have enough cards to build any Blitz deck, it will identify that and construct the deck for you. If you have an opportunity basically to create a deck that is a more flavored deck towards what you want, the type of gameplay you want, or the theme that you want. If you have enough cards to build that, the system should be able to identify those and be able to build your deck in that manner. There's a slew of other animations that have been included in the way that things move across the app. It is a much more exciting experience now, with a lot of different types of explosions, things impacting. The cards move across screen, target elements show up. Things don't cover your cards, so you can't select things anymore. There's a whole bunch of just simple, really good improvements in terms of the visuals, and also bug defect improvements. We're also hoping to be able to get the ability to disable the animated cards for those who are in low bandwidth situations. Being able to turn off the animations for a card, so you just see a static version of it, really lowers the bandwidth requirements of using the app and playing the game. So that works now in the Blitz development itself, but we're trying to bring that to a broader place across the entirety of the app. Okay, and then what I want to do is kind of just like touch on sequencing for development. Coleman, before I touch on the sequencing, anything you want to add to the Blitz Beta 2 specifically?
So excited for the changes. Huge welcome to Robin Hood. I've seen the changes she's made, the changes you've made. I guess she's in the audience, so really glad to have you here, and can't wait to see all the things. The list you went through the list pretty fast, but it's going to be some significant changes, so it's going to be a really good move for the beta.
Yeah, a lot of just really good improvements, a lot of changes. I went through them fast because I feel like there's just so many. I just felt like we've got to let people kind of go through them quick, and then they can come back to the video if they want to review. But
absolutely.
We just have a lot of features. I think that's the main thing. Okay, so sequencing. So what is next in terms of development? So I mentioned the vouchers for the mystery packs. That's the number one thing that we'll be releasing. Then we'll be turning our attention to the Blitz Beta 2 update to get that out to everybody. And then we have a number of smaller things that are related to wheel spins, and so I would classify all of these as wheel spins. But the number one thing is Flame Tech upgrades. So we are going to be allowing people to upgrade to a new kind of premium upgrade card. I'm going to drop an image in general chat as well. so you
This
can
is
see a
exciting
little
because I
bit.
know some people have seen teasers of this, but here's the first official reveal we've done of this. So yeah, I've been
Yeah.
waiting and waiting for this to come to the world.
Yeah, it's a pretty big deal. The recipe is a really interesting one. You know, we have Fireforged cards. We have that don't really have a path to further premium upgrades currently. This is their path. So you'll be able to take 2 Fireforged cards that are non-first wave, 1 Hex Tech card, and 2 upgrade cards, and you can get a Flame Tech first wave premium upgraded card. With the case of G Forces and Infinites specifically, um, this is a very interesting situation where it is very, very challenging to get Infinites and G Forces because the Fireforged version requires 5 copies of those. That's a very expensive blend, effectively in terms of the number of premium, full art cards you have to get. So the Infinites and G Forces will be getting more than their fair share of XP increase. So you'll see that this Infinite Leader example of Victor, the upgraded card would be worth 300,000 XP for your loot claiming. The thing that's important to understand is that the other rank 4s will be about 100,000 XP. So there's a significant step down for those, but it is a big deal for the the Infinites and the G Forces to be able to get that kind of bump. And it seems merited considering the situation that they're in, where it's very difficult to come up with a Fireforged non-first wave edition. In fact, I'll be very frank, no one has minted those. Like those upgrades have been around for a while and no one's minted them. And it has a lot to do with the expense. It just hasn't made sense to folks before. But there are going to be quite a few folks that have upgraded to a Fireforged non-first wave card, and they would like to be able to leverage that card for a next level of upgrading. This is now a great path for you. The other thing that's important to understand is that these cards, these Flame Tech first wave cards, in addition to Fireforged non-first wave cards and full art non-first wave cards, will all be available on the wheel spins. So you can end up getting a wheel spin where you might pull a Infinite Flame Tech Victor directly from a wheel spin without having to go through the upgrade process to any in any effort. There is these are going to be that's going to be rare. Getting a Fireforge will also be rare, but getting a full art first a full art cards full art metal non first wave, those will be also on the wheels. Those will be a little more abundant, but and that's the way that we want to make wheel spins interesting is that you can get all of the things that you can upgrade that you can use to upgrade towards a flame tech on the wheel spin specifically. Let's talk a little bit about wheel spins. So wheel spins are going to be they're going to be a very different experience than the current redemption of, say, a regular loot card, but they're not going to be, too far off. It should feel pretty familiar. What happens right now is that the wheel spins will be actual NFTs. So you will take your wheel spin NFT and you will go to the spin page and you'll say spin. When you spin, you'll be asked to sign a transaction, which will transfer the NFT. And in return, you will get back the actual NFT you're going to get. So if you were to stop at that moment and run to, say, Atomic Hub, you would see what's in your wallet already. But we celebrate that experience with showing you the wheel spin animation once the card and the transaction has made it to your wallet and completed. The number of categories that you can get, something like an in-game item or what we're calling Forsaken gear, a mystery card, loot, or an upgrade card, all of those kinds of things will be on the wheel as categories. And once it stops spinning, you'll have a reveal button that will appear over the top of that category image. And you can click that to reveal what card you got, which will be an experience very similar to what you see currently when you claim a murdered out card, for example. And then that card will obviously be in your wallet. So that's how the wheel spin system will work. And I've mentioned this before, but if you have 5 in-game items that you've received and you don't really feel comfortable with those, you don't like them, you can upgrade those 5 cards into another wheel spin. So you can get wheel spins out of a number of wheel spins that you just didn't feel very confident about. The other thing, is just going on, to cover some of the things that are in wheel spins. So we will have in-game items, like I said, calling those gear, Forsaken gear. Those will include at launch battle titles, card sleeves, game mats, music, and die skins. We will have coming up taunts, as well as emotes and some other items that will be available. Upgrade cards will be something that you can get separately. Loot cards in various denominations. We will not be including the lowest denomination of loot cards, just because we don't want people to have spent a certain amount of loot and only get that back. And as I mentioned earlier, there are cards that you can get full art metal, Fireforged, non first wave, flame tech directly, and then sort of the key big one is the Bloodfoil Tyrant leaders. So there will be a new rank added to our system of loot ranks that is going to be called Tyrant. It's effectively what I would refer to as rank 11A versus a rank 11B. They're going to be equivalent, but the gate cards necessary are going to be different. And so let me drop another image in chat that kind of expresses how that will look in terms of the rank changes. What that
And I am
means.
pinning all of these images that Brandon's posting, so you'll be able to go to pinned images or pinned messages to review them.
Yep. So the change to the actual gate cards won't come until the Tyrant leaders are ready for people to be able to potentially get out of a wheel spin. So don't fret about the changes that are coming here. I'm going to announce at all, because I think you've got some time to adjust. But if it even affects you, it may not. A lot of people who have infinite leaders, these changes may not affect anyway. So currently, if you have a Bloodfoil leader, any gold leader works to match your regular Bloodfoil leader, and that will maintain the same way. You can use any one of those gold leaders to match up and pair with your Bloodfoil leader. If you have a Bloodfoil Tyrant leader, you will need a Decadent version of that Bloodfoil Tyrant and a gold loot leader. Those are the only two cards that will unlock your level of claiming. Those are, Decadence and loot leaders are exclusively available in loot packs. The Bloodfoil Tyrant leader will be exclusively available through wheel spins. And then the major change that we're making here is that if you have a Bloodfoil Infinite leader, you will need a gold Infinite leader to match. So this is something we've wanted to kind of do, but we wanted to sort of support. There was a lot of kind of tension originally when we announced the requirement about having a matching leader. We kind of delayed this until now, but this will be a change that is coming when wheel spins release. So if you currently have a Bloodfoil Infinite leader and you do not have a gold Infinite leader, you may want to see what you can do to make some trades. I have some access to quite a few of those cards, so if you want to reach out to me, maybe we can talk about it. But the reality is that is going to be the new requirement for the rank. So a regular gold leader and a loot leader will not work along with your Bloodfoil Infinite leader. Again, though, if you just have a regular Bloodfoil leader, any gold leader will work.
Let's see if there's any questions specifically on that. And while give people just a minute to post about that specific gate card, just a big kind of zoom out picture on wheel spins in case you missed somewhere. I did see a question or two. You will be able to spend loot on wheel spins, and so you can buy wheel spins, and then you'll be able to spin the wheel with all the things that Brandon's been mentioning about. So that's what the talk of wheel spin was, just to clarify a question or two in the chat. Let's see if there's any questions about the gate cards. How much will a wheel spin cost? Did we cover that yet? Or are we still getting there?
Yeah, so they'll be 12,500. We had originally announced 25,000. That was because we had the anticipated having, but we didn't. We wanted to make sure everybody had the sense of what it would cost.
Any new gates between gold and blood?
Not currently expected until, again, a future season of war change. At the moment, this is the only gate change that we're looking at.
Okay. And I do see the conversation going on about people who lost value by spending loot before this change. I will address it once we get to the Q&A. I'll jump in. We'll tackle that question first. I appreciate everybody keeping things civil in the chat. We know there's people that want answers and are trying to figure this out. So thank you to Legion for keeping things civil. We are still all one collection moving forward together. So just want to thank everybody for being kind, not getting upset, not yelling. It's nice to see a community that can have discussion without getting angry.
100%. We have such an amazing community. We really do. We really, really do. Okay, so the other thing that I want to clarify is just sort of like the rest of the sequencing. So after wheel spins are done, we have to support the in-game items showing up in the game. So that's another factor. We also have to start supporting multiple sets. Currently, at this point, the app does not support more than one set. It's just needing some more fine tuning to make that work. It's not too big of a deal. XP rewards for gameplay is a pretty big one. We want to make sure we get focused on quickly. The wheel spins have to get out, and everything associated with wheel spins. Set 2 also has to get out so that that's ready. But XP rewards for gameplay is sort of the next big thing we want to make sure we're focused on. After that, there's going to be a series of things related to supporting gameplay, friends and multi-game support, leaderboards, replay support, etc. And then all the while, we are still working on, our effort towards beta for standard. Standard has got quite a bit of complexity to it, and it's going to take some more time to get, standard out the door. I still believe very strongly that we have a likelihood of getting that out before the end of this year. I know it's early in this year still, but I think we really actually have not a ton of work for standard to get out after Blitz is completed. But we can't really get standard into beta until Blitz is effectively exiting beta. The main reason for that is that there are huge swaths of functionality inside standard that are based on Blitz, and so those have to obviously overlap. And I don't actually have any other topics, I think, at this point. I don't know if there was anything you wanted to cover besides that, Coleman, but
we are ready to get into the Q&A. I have a list of great questions. I do want to give 2 shout outs about events coming up. TD and Kitty are going live on NFT Gamer TV pretty much as soon as we end here, or in about an hour or so. So jump in with them. Excuse me. They have some boosters. They're going to have a black camo infinite leader to give away, and they're going to be talking about the changes. And TD is a really sharp dude, very connected in the wax space. He's been around forever, and so he should have some really interesting thoughts on the change. Nobody knew, other than the 4 people on the team, literally nobody knew about the changes that were coming to Loot, and so everybody is out there trying to analyze the same information. And then tomorrow morning in 12 hours, we're going to have Benny, who is the CEO from RFox, joining us in our Discord, and we're going to chat with him. RFox has a Vault metaverse that is gaining ground. He's a really smart dude. I'm really excited to have him. I have some questions that I want to ask him personally about some thoughts. He backs up a lot of what he says with data, and so that'll be early in the morning. Sorry for those on the West Coast. It'll be 5 a.m. But people in Asia and Europe, it should be a good time for a lot of people who haven't been able to. Yeah, Benny is the creator of COGS, RFox, Vault. He's the CEO over there. Okay, I want to. We had a number of questions and a big discussion going on about have you lost money, have you gained money, and I appreciate everybody putting their 2 cents in and weighing in on the conversation. In regards to answer the question of people who feel like they may have lost something in this, the policy and the outlook of Forsaken is that loot is a loyalty token. We want to hand it out and give you very nice things that you can claim for it in return, things that you want, things that are so great that people want to buy that loot from you so they can claim them. For those who just redeemed loot for packs or went heavy in, bought a bunch of loot and bought packs, within the last few days or a month ago, we hope that when you made that transaction, you felt good about it. You gave this wax to buy this loot, to buy this pack, or you bought these launch packs to be able to get the XP so you could claim daily loot, which people have been doing for a year now, over a year. And that's our main goal, is that when you make the transaction, when you trade off, that at that moment, things are great and you feel good about it. And I recommend following that tack as you go forward, whether it's redeeming loot or selling it on the market. We hope you make a decision, and that's the decision you want to make, and then you don't look back, because there are changes. It's crypto. We've said there are going to be changes all along. The people who bought on day one, you've been earning rewards since then. You're claiming daily loot. You've made a bunch of loot. If you have a lot of rewards. Of course, we're going to do what we can for the future value of loot, but you can't ignore the money you've already made on your investment leading up till now. We've always said don't make financial decisions based on what we said. We've done a really good job, I think, of protecting the investment people have made, even though we're not an investment vehicle. We realize that it's seen that people put in a lot of money and they want to be able to get good value. And so I think we've done a good job up till now. And all of the changes we make are to protect the project going forward, because if the project doesn't succeed, then none of the value of what anyone has now is worth anything. And you've been able to play, you've got cards, you've been able to go and play Blitz, build a deck and actually play the game. So that's some value as well. The main point that I want to end with is that we've never sold loot. And so we've never sold you loot at X price and then said, okay, now your loot is worth half or twice as much. We give it as a loyalty for people who follow the rules, who have the cards and are claiming. And then they can go in from there, make their decisions and make swaps on a daily basis, which we hope they're happy with. And everybody, it's crypto. You can do what you want. We want both sides to be happy at the time of the sale. We're going to do what we can. Keep everybody
I really want to jump in here and state something very clearly, specifically at Neural Paint. I see Neural Paint kind of making quite a few comments in the chat. I want to be very clear to him and to everyone else in the audience. We do not sell loot. Warsaken does not sell loot. You cannot buy loot from Warsaken. You can simply buy NFTs from Warsaken with your loot. So the reality is we hand it out freely for the XP that you've collected, and that is what your rank is all about. Someone else has set up everything that is on Alcor. You can buy loot from there because people who have been able to claim are able to sell. And if you decided to purchase an amount of loot and you did something that now you feel like you could have done something different with, that is part of the reason that we made an announcement early on to give you an opportunity to make decisions that we were going to be making changes. So, we couldn't announce the specifics of what was going to be happening, but we wanted to make sure everybody had a chance to decide if they wanted to do something one way or the other. This has effectively not changed your ability to claim your loot and buy the same number of loot packs that you could yesterday as today.
Yeah, I just have one more point on it. As far as early investors, we feel that success of the project is the best reward for early investors, and that's why the changes we make even the changes how many pack cards are in a pack between set 1 and set 2, we're trying to benefit the project and make it succeed. If the project succeeds, then your value, because it doesn't matter how much what we do. If the project tanks, the values of the loot is going to tank. So that's what we're looking forward to. Always trying to improve the project, keep it moving forward, and keep it growing, so that people who did get in early can continue. They've already received a bunch of rewards, and so they can continue to keep receiving those rewards.
Yeah. There's a lot of really awesome utility we have planned for loot. Obviously, we've just been going over the details around, wheel spins and some of the other things that we have planned. Lots of opportunity, but I feel like it's important for everybody to understand we're coming at it from the perspective of protecting what the project, intentions are, and the value of your collection, and trying to do what we can to ensure that the loyalty token you're getting is providing what you want out of the project.
There is a question here that just came in that regards this that is worth addressing right now. Let me grab it. Do you think it is fair that the team knew the change is coming and now all of your loot is more valuable and you did have advanced information? So that's a fair question, Ginger Ants.
Yeah, so I will just answer that a little bit with the fact that we tried really hard to continue to do things as expected, simply claiming as normal. For a lot of the loot that sits currently in my wallet, almost all of that is going towards the partner ally claims that we have been, establishing and being able to pay those out for the folks that have, part in those collections, and other things such as the power supporters channel and some of the loot that drops in there.
Yeah, I will second that. I don't think people realize that we give out 4 million loot monthly to our allies, and that so it was 8 million. Now it's going to be 4 million. That all comes straight from Brandon's personal claims. The rewards you get on Taco Swap for swapping loot, that comes from Brandon's personal account. The DeFi box rewards we've had, pretty much all of those rewards, we have never minted loot to give out with any of these rewards that I've mentioned so far. And so that I've put in some, Matt's put in some, like the team, but Brandon has carried the bulk of that with his personal claims. And as he said, you can look at our blockchain records. We've tried to continue to do what we do with loot on a regular basis. I bought, 5 days ago, I spent like 1.5 million on platinum packs. We've done everything we can. We're going to have inside information. We're on the team, and you can see on the blockchain everything we've done. And I think that all of us have behaved in a way that nobody can cast aspersions on.
Agreed. I'd like to answer questions that are related to some of the other content we've been going over. Is there other
Yeah,
questions?
I've got a whole list of them. We'll just start from the top.
I feel like we're going to run out of time before we get to those. So I'd like to make sure we're moving forward.
Is there a limit to how much XP one can earn through gameplay?
There will be a daily limit. There are going to be some limits. Our goal is to try and make sure that you can play, quite a few games and earn up to a certain amount of XP per day. But we definitely want to make sure that we're not, going too far with that. The number that we've settled on in terms of the amount of XP, and some of these updates will be more clear in some of the the Blitz updates that are coming. You'll be able to get up to 100,000 XP from gameplay per day. Your deck XP will be something that is going to be calculated and visible to you in the coming future with this upcoming release. Some of the major things to understand is that what you get in gameplay versus what you have in terms of a card's XP are different, right? Like you're not going to get the same amount of XP that you have for the claiming of that card on a daily basis as compared to wins with that card. But all cards will kind of be at the same scale. They'll just be, a multiplier that's, a fraction multiplier to get it down to a place where you can earn up to 100,000 XP per day based on your game wins. There's a lot of details there that we'll want to be offering as we get closer to the XP earning being deployed. But the XP calculation for each of your decks will be coming in the next deck builder update.
All right, next question. I know we've said it once or twice, but just to clarify, the wheel spins will cost about 12,500 loot. The price we were talking is 25,000. Now that everything's half, wheel spin will be about 12,500. Will there be plans on making it easier for people to upgrade and knowing what cards are needed to upgrade other cards?
I think we do want to make some improvements there in terms of the UX. It's just it's difficult to prioritize against all the stuff we just mentioned. Like there's so many things that we want to get done and get out the door so people can enjoy the game, can really have more fun with Blitz and with Standard. And so it's something that we want to get to, but I think we're going to be doing it opportunistically where it kind of fits in.
All right. We already got that one. When will Kickstarter ship? So for those who aren't aware of that, what that's about, we did a physical launch of set 1 through Kickstarter. It closed about a month ago, and we are currently working on getting those ready and getting them printed and everything. So do you have an approximate ship date?
Yeah, so the approximate ship date that we put on the Kickstarter was July. I think we're on target for that. I think we've still got some things to do in terms of the production company in China. So we sent over the first payment that allows them to begin the production process, but it takes quite a long time to print, cut, sort, seal up in plastic, and cast all the molds that are necessary for all of the different counters, et cetera. So there's a lot to do there.
The changes to loot will change the tenant and owner payout. They will be half what they were before. So again, ally claiming, everything you see across the boards, the rewards on Taco Swap will change. Those will be half once everything settles through. Do you want to answer one more time, Brandon? What's the sense behind the halving? And some people, you might call it doubling. Maybe halving isn't the right word, because when you have the Bitcoin, you get half the amount of Bitcoin for mining. But it doesn't change. Nothing else changed. So it's more of a doubling because I don't know, depending on how you're looking at it, we wanted to
Yeah,
keep everything
inverse in your
equal.
mind.
So yeah, the
Uh,
verbiage, don't get caught up on the verbiage. But yeah, do you want to cover one more time? Just because I've seen that question come up a couple times.
Yeah, so I'll just be really clear. So we have a lot of new cards that are going to continue to hit the market and new utility that's going to be available for loot to be used. But one of the things is as we expand the number of players, as we expand the number of Bloodfoil Infinite leaders and the Bloodfoil Tyrants that are going to be out, and the amount of things that are going to be available for folks, there's going to be some balancing we want to do to try and keep things in check. In addition to that, I think partly, we when we initially launched, we had, like I mentioned, the 10 trillion as our max limit for the loot token. It's clear that we don't need 10 trillion, so we're going to be reducing a little bit of that. It's just about just understanding more about where we were coming from and kind of where we are. We want to make sure that there's enough pressure in the right direction for everything across the board. This move, it makes things like loot cards, potentially more valuable as they come with the same amount of loot, but now have double the buying power. But in the case of, like the loot packs, there's really not technically a change in how much buying power you have for the, daily claims. So there's a lot of potential for us to, continue to make adjustments to try and accommodate what we think is the best thing to do to protect the overall value of the entire project.
All right. This is a question that just came up that I know Brandon's always watching to make sure that everything is above board. Any changes he makes, like when he sends disbursements to our mods or to developers or cashes out wax so we can pay develop things like that, is always very clear. So I know you have a good answer for this one.
Yeah. So I'll just be really clear.
Go
ahead.
Okay, go ahead. Yeah, let me ask a question real quick. I noticed the 40,000 wax to buy loot was done on Brandon's wallet, but you said it'll be going towards allies and LPs and the such. Would you say that Forsaken is using the loot rather than Brandon using it for personal use? Great question, Ultra Deck, and I'm glad you asked it.
Yeah. So the 40,000 was transferred from the Forsaken account because we don't want to buy loot directly from Alcor on the direct Forsaken account. There are a lot of reasons for that, but ultimately it is a cleaner, technically cleaner transaction to move the wax to another account. This is the most obvious place for it to be. Everyone knows my connection to the project. I purchased the loot directly from my account, but it was using funds that came from the Forsaken account, which was again clearly articulated in the blockchain itself. The memo lines are also very clear on those transactions. After the purchase of all of the loot, I immediately pushed all of that back to the Forsaken account with no purchase. So it was just sent to the Forsaken account, which obviously takes it out of circulation. And I actually topped it up. I went beyond what we were able to buy with the 40,000 wax and pushed it even further. And the remaining amount of loot that is in my account is a lot of that is going to be used for the ally staking rewards.
All right, excellent. Moving on to the next question. Someone said you should quadruple the loot pack cost so it'll last longer on the market. We do have plans. These platinums, once they sell out, actually, we don't even know if these are going to sell out. As Brandon said earlier, we have a voucher system coming in for next month where you can still get loot packs and platinum loot packs. And so we have a supply of those that will last a while that you can spend your loot on until we get to the wheel spins. Then once wheel spins come in, we'll have a way for you to spend loot. So we've thought about this. We didn't want to quadruple the packs and make it really hard for everybody. We have a plan. We know how much loot is earned every day, how much is spent. We know how much of a buffer we have until we run out of packs. And we have a plan to get something new before that comes. So all of this stuff is thought out, and we go around and around and around about it. We have some 3, 4, 5 hour discussions just up and down, trying to figure out all the details, making sure that it's all going to work out.
Yep. Lots of stuff that we're balancing across all of these different projects. One thing I do want deliverables. Sorry. The one thing I do want to bring up really quickly, the vouchers, typically would drop at the same time we have new loot packs available on the market. It is possible we won't quite hit that date, so we're going to be trying to get them out as quickly as possible. The earliest possible date that the vouchers will hit the market will be the 4th, which is this Saturday, at our sort of standard drop time for new loot packs on a monthly basis. The first Saturday of each month. I do think that it's possible that it could go as late as the 11th, but I don't really anticipate that. We'll see exactly how it kind of rolls out, but just FYI.
Here's a good question. I'm going to roll up a few questions into one because this has come up a couple times. What about XP and multi-accounts, and how will you stop people from boosting their XP, playing against a friend and losing or winning repeatedly, or using multiple accounts to game it? I know a lot of this is going to happen behind the scenes with security on our dev team, and we're not going to reveal all of our secrets, but Brandon, do you have anything you want to say about that?
Just to simply state that we will be doing what we can to address multi-accounting in gameplay as it comes up. There are a lot of things that are going to be just sort of built into the way the rewards are given that makes it sort of like not worth multi-accounting. Like if you want to play the game and have fun and enjoy it, then you're going to get something out of it, and that's what's beneficial. If you're just trying to game the system, we will notice what that means, and we'll be trying to do what we can to protect against that. But the outright limitations, as an example, just one simple example, you will have a certain number of losses you can take before you have to pay loot to regain access to start earning XP. It'll be a small amount of loot, but it'll be the kind of thing that escalates the more you lose. And even with a good bot, you're not going to win even 50% of the time. If you're playing against yourself, we're not going to be rewarding those games, so that won't matter anyway. There's a whole bunch of stuff like that we're going to be doing to try and make sure that we're controlling it.
I saw a number of questions on pack limits and when they will be, what kind of pack limits they will be. Will they be on loot packs? Do you want to jump in and address that right now as well?
Yeah, I mean, we already have some good limits in place where you can't buy more than 25 at a time. It takes a certain amount of time to purchase that. Ask somebody like Shooter or River who has tried to go and buy a lot of packs. It takes them quite a while. If someone was to do, let's say, a run on the packs, it would take them hours and hours to pull that off. Separate from that, even if they wanted to try and buy them all really quickly, the reality is that it requires a certain amount of loot. There isn't that much loot on the market. Like even with everyone's claims and the amount that we're producing, we still haven't even sold out this month of the platinum loot packs. So now we're going to be introducing new utility through things like the wheel spins, and we've got these the same packs out there with a different set of content. They're going to be able to consume a different amount of loot. There's a lot of things that I think we're not really at the point where limits are critical. Like if someone wants to get a loot pack and they have the loot, they usually can get it. The loot pack sold out maybe around halfway through the month, and the platinums are still available. But I think the reality is we're gonna not have these dual packs in set 2. There will only be one set of loot packs per month. There will be 7,000 of those minted, and I think there's a lot of opportunity for people to still get one if they want one. If it gets to a point where we drop the loot packs and within like 24 or 48 hours all of them are purchased, we will be doing some different things for sure.
Right, moving on. We've got a lot of questions here. I think I've caught everything as I've gone on. We're still a little bit behind. I'm asking questions for about half an hour ago, so bear with us. We still have about 45 minutes here with you guys. Hopefully you can hang out with us. If not, you can catch the replay once we get it up on YouTube. Will vouchers eat CPU? It's my understanding that just like a loot card, a 200 loot or 2 million loot card eats CPU when you redeem it and move it, it should be the same, correct?
Yeah, it'll be the exact same.
Okay. Are you going to increase the number of packs in set 2 or something to address the packs being sold out?
Yeah, so I think I will just continue to reiterate on the fact that we're going to have a new form of loot pack that will be very different in terms of its overall structure and its cost. But in addition to that, the amount of loot that eats is a pretty big deal. It's not small. And then on top of that, the thing that's really important to understand is we're going to have wheel spins out, which I think at bare minimum is going to eat some amount of loot, for the audience who are purchasing.
What happens if we run out of vouchers before set 2 is ready? So we have these mystery packs, as Brandon said. You can buy a voucher for a loot pack or a platinum loot pack, and then you redeem it and you get a random pack from one of the previous months. So it's a pack that has been intact. Nobody's opened it or tampered with it. We just took them off the market, put it in a pool, and you'll just get a random one of those. So what happens when we run out of those before set 2 loot packs are ready?
So I've said this before. So I don't think that really will happen, but we'll see. There's, I would say, about 3 months worth of loot packs. So if there is 3 months worth of loot collectively across the entirety of the Legion who can consume that before those 3 months are up, I would be kind of surprised, but we'll see. It may be that it's only a couple of months, but realistically, I think we're going to be ready by the time those are done. If somehow we are not, we will simply hold the packs for month one for the loot packs, and we'll drop them at the same time we would drop loot the second months of loot packs. So there's you can simply hold your loot and then use it to purchase there. We will have wheel spins out by then, and I think there's going to be some awesome cards on there that will be accessible. There may be launch packs for set 2 out, but the loot packs may not have released. But there may be wheel spins with set 2 content that could potentially be gotten. So there's some opportunity there as well.
Will you be cutting what you're giving to sponsors? I think this refers to allies, and yes, we will be cutting that in half, so they'll have the same purchasing value as they did before. But yeah, all of the LP pools, things like that, everything is being cut in half pretty much across the board. The next question was, is the XP on the cards being halved? No, you'll still gain the same amount of XP per card, but the amount of loot you'll claim at each rank is in half as part of this change. Once we move to set 2 launch, there will be an adjustment of about 35%, give or take, that you will need in order to maintain your rank. You'll need that much more XP.
And that really comes from the fact that we want people playing the game. So that XP increase will be because we're going to be launching, actual XP rewards for gameplay. So while you may want to go and get some more cards to top up your account so you don't have to play, one great way to earn that XP is to play.
All right, we did get a question about AI. Does extra fingers from AI art impact gameplay?
Oh my gosh. The number of fingers that get produced by those things is pretty shocking in the version that Midjourney's got out. I do think that the Stable Diffusion has some really interesting tools that we don't use them for some specific copyright reasons. But if those tools find their way over to Midjourney, I think there's some opportunity for us to not have quite as big of an issue with those things. But yeah, no, it definitely does not impact gameplay.
Another question.
I think if you take a look at that picture that I dropped, that's been pinned on the new Bella card, that you can really get a sense for how good the artist does at cleaning up some of the things that come out of those AI pieces. But from a cost savings perspective, it definitely allows us to do two things: maintain roughly the same art budget that we have while obtaining the same caliber of art at an accelerated rate with new options we couldn't have gotten before. Like when we pay an artist, we give them a chunk of money to do a piece. They come back with ask for a brief of the art, that what is the description of the art they're going to make, and we give it to them and they go and make that. And they kind of do a couple of sketches. They may give us a look at some of the sketches, but I don't get to see a fully done piece to some degree until they've basically invested a massive amount of time in it. While things like AI art is able to generate many options, and you can explore things you may not have thought would have worked, and come up with new cards very quickly in terms of the art. It is still, I actually think it takes more time, but the time is spread among different people, and so that makes it a little easier to get the artwork created.
I think the multiple hands on it makes it a better product, my personal opinion. Also, along the lines of AI, questions that have come up already about whether the original training data for the AI were used without permission. I know you and I have talked about copyright and all this, so does that question? Do you have thoughts
I don't
on
really
it?
want to go too deep into that. The reality is we're monitoring how those things are going. There are two major lawsuits in the U.S. currently. I expect those to go probably all the way to the Supreme Court. So the reality is that we're in a waiting game to find out how things shake out. We just won't know for a while. The investment we're making, we have time right now to kind of try this out and see how it goes. and then see where things sort of land long term. The other thing is that I haven't really mentioned this before, but I think it's really important to understand while they get trained on those, maybe a broader data set that they're claiming fair use for, we are asking it and prompting it with our art, right? So we're using Forsaken art specifically that we own the copyrights to, that we're asking it to leverage as a prompt. So a lot of the art is, I would say highly tied to what we put in, and so there is a lot of our own stuff, I think, that we're really getting out of it, that's coming directly from us originally. So there's a whole lot of questions around what's happening in that space. Another example is the recent decision by the U.S. Copyright Office to revoke the images that were purely generated by AI with no other art help. The company someone had published a comic book. They had created all of the art using everything from Midjourney, and once they had done that, they submitted it for copyright, but they weren't clear that AI had generated those images. It allowed them to keep their copyright with regard to the assortment and arrangement of the content, the story that was being told, and like all of the structure of the comic book. But the individual art frames in the comic book, those pictures were not copyrightable. But that's based on their understanding currently of how AI works. I think AI is quickly moving towards more of a full-fledged tool that you can have a lot of capabilities. And there's like implications in Photoshop, for example. There's a system called content aware fill that allows you to sort of rubber stamp stuff that's in the art in other parts and stamp out things. There was a big Super Bowl ad that came out, how Google is able to remove, that fire hydrant in the background of your favorite photo. That is all AI driven as well. And so there's implications across the board, like how much AI was involved and how much wasn't. We're just really waiting for the Copyright Office and the Supreme Court to rule on some of these things. Once that's done, we'll know where we sit with that. But I think we are looking at this as an opportunity to, advance some of what we're thinking in a way that helps us move more quickly through some of the art, and we have time to pivot if we need to later in the year, if we find ourselves in a spot where the rulings are unfavorable to the way we want to use them. Woman, you are on mute, just in case you were wondering. I don't know if you've got other
It's
questions.
probably for the best because I was telling them not to get you started on it because you will geek out on this for a while. You're very up on what the latest is and where it's going, and obviously have proven that you can pull off great stuff with it. Let's move on. Next question: plans for thermal ash leaders?
We will not be making announcements about any changes to cards that may or may not become gate cards, and I know that's what that question is sort of asking, because they have obvious impact right now. That information just isn't something that we're ready to make any announcements about.
Are the new Flame Tech upgrades active now or when?
They won't be up. They won't be available for a little while. So we'll make sure that everyone knows the date they're dropping ahead of time. We'll probably put an event on the Discord so that people have an opportunity to get prepared if they really want to participate in a mint race. There's a lot of folks who do that, and I love the enthusiasm. I think it's fantastic they want to do that. So we'll try and make sure we support them in understanding when those things will go live. But that date is not today.
Another good question that came up a few ways or a few times different ways. What about the use of extra XP in accounts, counting all XP and leaders one for loot claiming?
Sorry, say that question again if you could.
What about the use of extra XP in accounts? So anything you have above your
Yes.
rank.
Yeah, let me kind of tie that in with the multi accounting conversation as well. So like, there's a lot of questions going on about multi accounting. What are we going to do? We've already kind of addressed how we're approaching multi accounting. We want to know with definitive proof that someone is multi accounting. If they are proven to be multi accounting, they will be not only banned from Discord, but their account could be locked up from claiming. Obviously, they can still hold stuff in their wallet, and we can respond to potentially the maximum would be none of the interface loads for that wallet. The problem with banning accounts like that, and I just want to make sure that it's really clear, like the action that anyone in the audience wants us to take, aggressively to like stop and stomp out multi accounting, is going to result in people moving a bunch of assets from one account to another. That's all, right? They're just going to keep doing that anytime we ban an account, and it becomes a game of whack-a-mole, which is very difficult and costly for the team to take, step up on and pay attention to. So what I would say is we have a lot of opportunity to address this through the way that we claim and the way that we are distributing loot, and the way that the ranking system works, both in game for earning XP and in claiming for your rank. We will continue to evaluate how we can kind of control those things. Like the loot table is designed currently to prevent people from really benefiting heavily from multi-accounting. We don't see mass multi-accounting that we're worried about. And I'll just be really clear what I mean by that is like someone turning a botnet on Warsaken to be able to claim across 10,000 accounts, which is the kind of scale that we had when we did like black camo codes. We would drop those and there would be quite a lot of reaction in a way that we didn't like what was happening there. We had to kind of curb that.
Made us feel loved, but yeah, we didn't like it.
We
felt very popular.
I just think that the reality is we're going to do what we can to protect people that are in the project the way they feel like they're getting what they want out of it. Multi-accounting in terms of blood foil leaders, we have a statement on that on our website. There's not very many of those, and we feel comfortable with the ability to track people who are using those if they have set up some sort of co-op with people, or they're doing it above board in conjunction with what we've announced in our white paper, then that's totally fine. But multi-accounting across the board is not something that we support, and we know that the Legion feels very passionate about it, and so we are obviously trying to do what we can. The thing is that I do not want to like shut someone off from access to Warsaken just because someone else thinks they're multi-accounting. If you can bring definitive proof to the team, we will take a hard look at what we can do to validate that, and if we can, we will take action, as we've stated.
Yeah, and along that same regard, every time we put the hammer down on someone, we're taking assets that they've obtained somehow, that they own, crypto assets that they own, and saying that they can't use those. And so it is a huge decision to make, and we are willing to do it, but it's got to be pretty clear that it's obvious multi-counting. And we did a lot of that, like you said, with the black camos. We had a lot of people that were on a list.
Blacklist, yeah,
yeah, and ask in the chat. I mean, I'm behind on the chat because I want to keep up with the questions, but there were a lot of people caught up in the as collateral damage to that. And we lost people for a year that were gone for a year, and I found out later that they left because they got banned and felt bad about it, which is understandable. And so they completely left the project because they were mislabeled as a multi-account, even though they were totally, once we looked into it, it was just our system that had tagged them wrongly. I'm going to tie into that, Brandon, with a couple of questions that we came up. When will leasing cards be available or renting decks? And also, how does leasing XP currently not contradict our policy on multi-accounting?
So if you want to work a deal where you are sending your cards to someone's account and they're going to turn around and give you some kind of payback for that, we're not going to sit around and police the blockchain. This is the blockchain. This is a place of freedom. This is a place for everyone who wants to invest in these kinds of projects and have fun to do so. And we're not going to try and limit you or restrict you because you want to work a deal with somebody. What we have said and maintain is that if there is one heartbeat, then that heartbeat can claim. If you have an issue where you are personally actively breaking that, we may be aware of it currently. We may become aware of it later. Either way, if you are breaking that and there's definitive proof that is happening, we will take action against the multi-accounters. There are things that we are looking at and planning for in the future that may help sort of ease concerns around this, but until that point comes, we're not going to have any announcements about it and go into it. But there is some stuff that we are looking into to do something in that regard.
And then do you want to cover, I don't know if that's what you were just talking about, but renting of decks or leasing XP?
Yeah, so renting of decks, which is something, a feature that we talked about. that is going to be coming to people who have owners and tenants. They have access to basically rent decks to other people who can then go and play, so they don't have to have those decks. And then they share in the earnings from the players who are playing and winning. We have plans in place to control that in a way that makes it so that it is not going to result in any kind of multi-accounting that we're worried about. But I think, again, we're going to go over those things at a later date when that comes closer to reality. Right now, that's pretty far off from where we're at.
All right, let's go on. Someone asked a question. The basic answer is once we do the Blitz updates, you will not need a code to play. There will be an option, find a partner for me. So you just go and click, and then you wait. And if there's someone already in the queue waiting, you'll just match the two of you up. Or when the next person comes along, it'll match you automatically. So you won't have to share codes manually, which will still be an option, but you won't have to do it on every game. I wish I would have. Next time, I'm going to copy the names because some of these questions are really good. This next one: will there be odds published for the wheel spins and/or an inventory published that is still available on the wheel spin, similar to loot pack context being published each month?
So we'll have the pages up for the voucher. I think you're talking about the vouchers. Is that what the question was?
No, wheel spins. The odds for wheel spins.
Yeah. So there will be average odds, like approximate odds, like one in this number of wheel spins will get something like this, and that's what we've informed the RNG to do in terms of generating the cards. So all of the cards that come from the wheel spins are minted at the time of the completion of the transaction. So you won't see that until it you won't get the card until it won't be minted until the moment you actually do the transaction. So yeah, we're gonna have odds on the wheel spin page for you to be able to see kind of like what you could get, but they'll be fairly generic. So just so that we're really clear, like in-game items, we'll talk about like the fact that you could get a game mat or a flame tech card, but we won't talk about the specific ranks. We won't talk about the specific sets. We won't talk about the specific version that you might get, because that gets a little unruly to manage displaying the odds for. But yeah, the odds will be there in terms of how the RNG is going to produce those cards for you, and that's where that 1 in 42,500 for the Bloodfoil Tyrant Leaders comes from.
Along those same lines, this is another question that's going to be illustrative of how the wheel spins work. How often will the wheel spin inventory be replenished?
Yeah, so everything, well, not everything, but most things on the wheel spin system are going to be infinitely minted. Like in-game items, they'll be infinitely minted. So they could be as many as people buy them, but we will add and remove things from the wheel spins in terms of like the types of things that are the specific things that are available. So we may take off a particular skin for the game mats because we wanted to run a special event where you could get that between this time and this time. Maybe a month or something where something's available and then it's no longer available. We'll try and call those out where there's like special events when we're taking things off because a certain number of them have been minted, or we just feel like there's too many of those on the market. We may do that, but realistically, based on the odds structure, we think that people will be pretty happy with what they're getting. And when it comes to in-game items, again, you can turn around and burn 5 of those into an upgrade of another wheel spin if you're really unhappy with 5 things that you got. So I think there's a good opportunity for everybody to get stuff that they really are happy with in terms of in-game skins and stuff like that.
Will there be a document posted to summarize what was talked about today, and will the websites be updated after the AMA? I will post in news tomorrow at some point the bullet points. We'll also, we'll do a blog post that summarizes them. We will share the link of this audio on YouTube. And then, Brandon, when do you think the website will be updated with the new tables?
Yeah, so the new table I think we'll have updated probably by the end of the day, and then we'll have the YouTube post of this AMA up hopefully by the end of the day. So those are the two things we're going to for sure get done, and then we'll try and get the blog post live as soon as possible.
All right, just to update everybody, I'm at the 6:12 p.m. or I'm sorry, whatever time. So about 23 minutes ago on the chat. I'm just going to continue going down the general chat questions. Are you going to implement claiming loot for extra XP and gold leaders one has in one account? I think we've addressed this, but we might as well hit it again real quick.
We are not ready to make an announcement about the specifics of that yet, but there is going to be some things that we're planning around how to make it easier for people to, get more from what they have.
So people get penalized for sucking at the game. Yes, you will you'll win XP for winning. There's been some discussion on whether you earn a little bit for playing and losing. If you do, it's going to be very little. But yeah, winning is going to be what the big rewards come for.
We're going to try and incentivize like consistent gameplay by establishing more and more streaks, so that there's really good reason to log in once a day, claim your loot, play a few games, and then if you want to keep playing, great, and if you don't, no big deal. That's the level of like quick in and out we want for blitz players. We expect standard players to be doing a little more in-depth gameplay there, but I think the reality is we're anticipating that there needs to be incentive to try and get people excited to come back on a consistent regular basis, and this is pretty common among most mobile games or any game really, out in the in the digital space, and so we're following suit in many ways.
I just want to encourage everybody to tune in to TD and NFT Gamer TV at the top of the hour, about 25 minutes from now. He's going to be going live. Him and Kitty is his co-host. They do Warsaken Wednesdays. He talks about whatever he wants. He's going to shoot straight. So if you want kind of just to step away from Brandon and I talking about it and talk to someone else who really knows his stuff, I encourage you to jump in and join him at the top of the hour. And that's on Twitch, NFT Gamer TV on Twitch. All right, next question. Where did the 40,000 wax buyback value come from? Seems like it's about the amount that is held in the LPs across the exchanges, but surely there is more than that being held.
I mean, that came from direct pack sales, the 40,000 wax. That we just took that from revenue we've earned from pack sales and bought back loot that, like, just to paint the picture here, right? Like, we put packs on the market. People come in and buy those packs. They earn loot, which we give to them for free for what they've already bought. And then we took proceeds from the money that we've earned off of those sales, converted that to loot, which is, what we already gave for free. We're buying back, and then we have then put that back in the coffers of Warsaken so that it kind of evaporates effectively. And that was the cycle that we just went through.
Yeah, we could print right now. We could go and we could just print that much loot and put it in our wallet, the 12 million, whatever it was. But we took our money, our cash money that's in wax, bought that loot from the market. So again, helping the market, putting money into the market, and we wanted to help stabilize that transition. Also extend what we can do with loot packs going forward. So again, a multifaceted decision on that regard as well. We've touched on this, but it's come up again. Silent Necrosis. It's a really good question. Will there be an advantage to playing matches for someone that is at a paywall? Like myself, I am a gold leader loot level now. XP isn't going to help me with daily claims. Is there anything in place to reward me still playing matches?
There are some.
I'll touch on. Yeah, I'll touch on one thing and then hand it over to you. If you play 7 days in a row and get 7 wins, or get 1 win 7 days in a row, you'll get a free wheel spin. So that's a pretty big benefit right there. And then Brandon, you can touch on the other stuff.
I mean, just more of that, right? Like, our goal is to build more streak value for people in gameplay, and to making it fun and enjoyable to pop in and play. I think playing standard will reward you with a significantly higher multiplier of the same things you would get if you played, like say 5 games of Blitz instead. And I think, our intent is to try and, make things easier for people as well. Right now, again, we're not ready to make any specific announcements about how that's going to shake out, but there is some stuff that we've been obviously looking at.
Then Prime Rogue, I think we answered the question about leasing and multi-counting. If we didn't, go and ask again at the bottom of the chat, and we'll hit it at the end. Will any of the people who knew about the changes buy any of the half-price platinum packs? So again, another question touching on insider information. I personally am. I mean, we've touched on this. We've continued to behave as normal. You can check my blockchain. You know, a week ago I bought 10 loot packs, opened them. I'm giving away, there's a project that's doing, I'm not ready to announce who it is yet. One of our allies is doing a promotion. I'm giving 250,000 out of my personal account to them towards that. And that's at the value of loot now after the halving. If we would have gone and emptied our wallets, that would have signaled one thing. So we couldn't do that. We talked about it as a team and decided our best option was to move forward behaving as normal. Brandon already has almost everything in his wallet committed to send to other collections for giveaways, etc. So anything else you want to add to that one again, Brandon?
I mean, just that like I've been doing that too. Like that's been a thing that's been going on for a while, ever since we started Power Supporters. I've been giving away pretty significant amount of my loot claims consistently, freely to the Legion for various incentive reasons. Power Supporters is to try and help people feel like they have things that they want to do to try and level themselves up within the community, step up in the way they participate in the community, and we want a reward for that. That's not something that like the entire team was willing to commit to, and we were concerned about where the funds were really going to come from a loot perspective. So I stepped up and dropped that directly from my wallet. I've been doing that for months and months. I also, have been doing the payouts to the allies since we started, basically, and the liquidity pool rewards. That's also been something I've been doing since the beginning. So all of that loot, like if you want to say, hey, Brandon, you have 10 million loot in your account, now it's worth 20, basically, it's doubled in value, and none of the rest of us did that. I would say that I've already given away a substantial amount of it over the last several months that far outweighs the doubling that it just got. And most of what's in my account is already allocated for more giveaways.
All right. There was a lot of chat on multi-accounting, but again, I think we've already gone through that quite a bit. We can hit in another AMA if we need to, but we've addressed it pretty good in this one so far. I know you touched on this, but when standard, when set to, when 1v1v1 in-game client.
All of the future things, yeah. We have a huge amount of work to get over, and it is really imperative that we don't apply additional pressure to the dev team beyond what the pressure they're already under to deliver on the features that are needed just to get us to the place where we want to be with Blitz. And things like wheel spins and set 2 getting released. I want to make sure that I'm really clear on this. I want standard done honestly 3 years ago. I wanted to be able to give that to the world, and it's something that I really am proud of and excited to share. I want it out. I am pushing the dev team every day. I talk to them. I'm sure that they're sick of the way that I approach it sometimes. The reality is, there's just so much work, and it's really hard with all the balancing that everybody's doing to make as much progress as we would like. And so sometimes we find ourselves behind. Seems to be kind of a mantra of many developer projects where there's, just a lot of work to do, and it takes a lot of effort. But we are trying to get standard out before the end of the year. That's I have publicly committed to some embarrassing things if we don't, but I believe we will. And I think in addition to that, we're trying to get set 2 out by May 6th, which is what we kind of addressed. And we're going to try and wrap everything else up in between. And I don't know what else I could really answer there, but other than just to say, please be as patient with us as you can. I know that that's a lot to ask considering sort of like where we've been and where we're at, but I really appreciate the continued patience and support of the project.
Easily Killed wants to know what I had for breakfast. That's really nice of you to ask, man. I was traveling this morning, about a 2-hour drive, so I had a granola bar, I had some dry roasted peanuts, and I had some guacamole chips, corn chips. So thanks for asking. That's really nice of you. Next, this is another multi-accounting question, but it's very specific, and so I think it's worth bringing out again. Multi-account will be permitted for the gold leader or just for bloodfoil leader and bloodfoil infinite leader? Question mark.
So it's just for the bloodfoil leaders at this point. Again, we have plans and that we're working on. We're just not ready to announce the specifics of that. But we will be having some future AMAs where we'll be discussing that.
All right. Scrolling through here. When will the Blitz update drop?
Yeah, again, like we're trying to get it out as quickly as possible. We need to finish the vouchers and get those out. The next priority is to wrap up all of the development that's still going on that branch. And well, there's a couple of branches, and get those things committed to the same branch ready to push out. But I don't know exactly when that'll be, but it is our absolute next priority. Like we are going to be trying to get that wrapped quickly.
And then a rough window for wheel spins.
After that. That's specific enough. Wheel spins, there's a whole bunch of stuff in wheel spins. Like I said, you've got to have flame tech upgrades need to be available for people. We need to have the in-game items minted, so templates existing so that they can be minted. There's a lot of like behind the scenes blockchain work that has to be done and server work that has to be done. And then there's a bunch of UI work that has to be done. And so like all of those pieces for wheel spins have to come together. And we have only done a little bit in that space so far, mostly just like planning and getting all the assets in place to be able to create the templates. I think you could use at least a good signal would be to look at the templates that don't have mints in the Warsaken collection. If you see, a series of in-game items showing up there, we're getting really close.
And then here's a really well thought question from Mountain Doomy: Is the wheel RNG on the chain so people can see like 50 spins have occurred with no good wins? Like a slot machine where it's programmed to give out 49 losses and then a win. Will people be able to watch and see what's happening and anticipate what's going on?
Yeah,
or what's likely to come up?
So I wish I could answer that, and if we had somebody from the dev team here, maybe they could, if Dan was in the call, but he's not. I don't have a solid answer for that yet. I don't know how they plan on implementing it, the RNG that way. I'm not exactly sure.
They are really smart and they know what the blockchain shows, and so I'm sure they have ideas in mind and can program it. We will be watching. I mean, so people can't game the system and have a bot that says, okay, after X amount of wins that or spins that are this, because you can see what the wheels pre-Warsaken spits out, or whatever account is minting these. You can see what it spits out, but we will build it. I'm sure that they're planning on building it so that it can't be predicted.
Yeah, I think I would just say I'm going to defer to Dan for the best technical solution that maintains the most, the highest level of confidence in its success and function. And we'll see what his technical approach is there when he gets to the point where he's actually finished developing that. I know part of that has been worked on. I don't know how he approached it so far, though.
Hun Alex asks, how can I become a tester?
I mean, in terms of, it depends on the context. So playtesting has been going on. Kubos is the person to reach out to. He's managing all of the playtesting that's going on a different server. It kind of keeps it out of the noise that's going on in the main Warsaken server. But there is Tabletopia playtesting that's going on for various sets that are being developed. When it comes to looking at the cards, the quality assurance checks that we're doing right now, I think most of those assignments may have been given. I don't know if there's any more opportunity for folks to jump in and do that, but there may be some assignments left. I would connect.
I can address that.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, we reached out to power supporters and got a huge response, and so even everybody who said, yeah, I'm willing to take a look and do some quality assurance on these cards. I didn't even get to everybody on the list because we had so many volunteers, and I wanted to keep it organized in a way that we're making sure everything covered by at least 2 or 3 sets of eyes. So there's 3 or 4 people that did reach out to me, and I haven't given assignments, but everybody else has gotten assignments and has been given those back in. So really appreciate everyone who jumped in and did that. It was a great response and very encouraging to see our big orange name Discord members jumping up and helping out.
Yeah. It was really awesome.
Yeah. Rico Ricorio from Metaforce Commons, thanks for being here with us. He's one of our allies, and OG in the space has been involved with a lot. And like I said, Metaforce is one of our allies. mentions quick play with Blitz. Acryptia from Taco is a game that came out recently. I've played it a few times. I really like it, but he does make a good point that it does take quite a while if you're going to sit down and play a whole game. He wants to pop in and play a quick hand or two, and that's why we created Blitz, and that's why the changes that our dev team is making is going towards that to get so you can jump in, find me a match, and you got a match. Eventually, a button, build me a deck with my cards. It'll be quicker. So with Blitz, we were really looking to capitalize on that segment of the market that just, they have 10 minutes, they want to come in, get a game on, and go about their day. And so we'll be streamlining it. Brandon is a world-class designer, and so every improvement that you see to the beta is just going to get better and better with that, I think, in mind. Brandon, you can touch on that too if you have thoughts on it.
Yeah, I mean, we've made a lot of improvements in the upcoming release. We're going to continue to do what we can to make the experience better. I do think that we are going to have a onboarding experience that's a little more cleaned up, where people can hop in and build a deck more quickly. We've talked about having ready-made decks for sale, potentially, so that they're sort of basic decks for people who just want to quickly get in and start playing. The subscription model will also kind of help with that, but I think we haven't really fixed the I don't even know anything about Warsaken get me in. So we're gonna have like a single deck for each of the game modes, both Blitz and Standard, where you can just pop in and hit go, and you don't even have to be logged in, and you can play. That'll be a trial deck, so you can get a sense for what the game is like. The reality for that is that there's a whole lot of implications with something like that are important. So we do want to make it so it's easy for people to try the game. We want to make it easy for people who want to just, okay, I'm ready. Let me go in and get the deck that they need set up and quickly established. That's why things like Auto Deck Builder are going to be important, to just populate a deck for them with really them not having to do too much. I do think that there's going to be some more opportunity for us to improve it in the future. But we definitely are looking for ways that we can help people just get in and start enjoying the game as quickly as possible.
Excellent. To answer a quick question, Standard is not coming out on Saturday. We're hoping it comes out. We really think it can by the end of the year, but we're working. All of the steps that we're working on, even with Blitz, are getting us closer to Standard. So that's our big main goal. Like it's not necessarily a finish line, but that's like the biggest goal we've had from the day we decided to bring this to the blockchain, is to get Standard playable in a digital format.
I want to take. I think we need to wrap up here. I don't know if we want to take any more questions. I'll let you decide, Coleman, if you want to take one more. But before we do, I want to just say one thing really quickly. I noticed a couple of comments today. Today, preparing for this AMA, there's a lot of pre-work that has to go on. I monitor the Discord, and I just want everybody to know how incredibly impressed I am with our official streamers. We have such an amazing team of official streamers. They put their heart and soul into making these streams exciting and interesting for everyone. We try and help make sure that they have some, good prizes to be able to offer. But I see streamers doing a whole lot to try and make, their stream as Warsaken friendly as possible. And I just want to let all of them know that I really appreciate the time and energy that they put in. There's been some comments by some of them, and there's been some comments by other people. I want to make sure that everybody knows the Warsaken team is incredibly both proud of the official streamers and like humbled by their acceptance of the project and their portrayal of it, on stream. We want to continue to do what we can to make their lives easier for streaming Warsaken, and to make things easier in general for the audience to participate with them. We'll be continuing to invest in our streamers and do what we can to make their experience better. And I wanted to make sure that that's being said. I really appreciate everything that all the streamers do. And more specifically, we've got one, not an official streamer, but one that we really love and support, which is TD, going on, shortly here. So if after this AMA, you want to kind of go and see more information about how it's being perceived and some of the discussion I suspect that's going to be going on, I'm sure that they'll be talking a bit about it.
And I am going to pin the link to his Twitch stream in the general chat. Let's go ahead and circle back to leasing again. Leasing XP as our final question, because Prime Rogue did ask a few questions about this. I don't feel that question was answered. If the logic is one heartbeat equals one claim, ergo one card equals one owner. If remuneration for the lease is occurring, that is based on legal principles regarding proxies and principal agent relationships, multi-accounting. So it's still unclear to me how it's not.
Yeah, so I'll be really clear. There's a whole lot of risk involved with handing your cards off to someone else, right? And there's no way to claim unless they're in the account that they're being claimed against. So, if you've agreed on something with someone, they need to be getting something out of it, and so do you. So the reality is that it's not a straight up, you send some cards over and now they're getting something out of it only, or you're only getting something out of it. You're giving something, they're giving something, and there's a relationship there. So neither of you are really getting a whole lot more than you would have otherwise. There is a certain amount of that is happening, that we said from the get go. It's if you want to trust someone with your cards to that level, you can ask around how has that worked out for people who have done it. I'm not sure that you're going to get a definitive answer, because I think there's been quite a few mixed experiences for people who have taken cards and run with them, or they're just, it's difficult to track, and it's scary, like, to put all that investment that you made into someone else's hands, because it is the blockchain. It's really just up to you, and we don't want to we not only do we not want to police it. Um, that's not our place. It's not our place to be involved in all of your day-to-day transactions that you're doing to try and, whether it's enjoy the game or being part of the project, or if it's to run some sort of investment that you've been personally doing across the Wax blockchain. That's not our space.
I know that you already thanked the streamers, and I just want to give them another shout out. I wish we could just do like a roll the credits and I thank all the people, because our mods have been doing awesome work. The streamers, the team building set 2, the development team, the design team, the power supporters that are reviewing cards. So just a huge shout out to the Legion, everybody. Appreciate you spending 2 hours with us. If you have questions, keep asking. I got to take off for a little bit. I can try and jump in and chat later on. Go into TD's chat. I pinned it in general chat. Check that out. I will be sitting down in 11 hours. It'll be 5 a.m. Pacific time tomorrow morning with Benny from the RFox Vault. He is the CEO over there, so that should be a great interview. And I know people who can't catch a lot of our streams because of time frame. Hopefully that'll work for them. But shout out to all of you. Thanks for being here. Love you, Legion, and keep asking questions. If you got them, tag me, DM me if you need to, and I'll get to you as quick as I can.
Thank you, everybody. We really appreciate everything that you do. We love and adore the entire community. I know that this is a big change. Let's see how this kind of plays out. It'll obviously inform our future decisions as well, and we're excited to see where things go when we deliver the new Blitz update. Thanks.
Thanks. Catch you next time.
Raid incoming.
Hey, hey. Wow, thanks, So Sneakery, for the raid. My pleasure. Well, I was gonna take a food break. I'm starving. I wasn't expecting to stream that early. Man. So give me a few to collect myself, figure out what I'm gonna do. If I start the queue opening right now, it's gonna be crazy. Yeah, it was intense. We made it. Okay, just give me, let's see here. Okay. I mean, I think TD is gonna be where we want to be. I'll wait for, yeah, I'm definitely gonna wait on the queue. I might drop some queue codes. I mean, just I'll drop some codes and you guys can play amongst each other, and I'll play some games. I don't want to do a 20 queue right now. I would probably do about 10 games.
New subscriber.
Thank you, Sneakery. Thank you so much.
Heavy rain.
I
in
really
the
do need some
forecast.
food. And thanks online in Raz. Thank you. Thanks for being here. Yeah, I'll play a couple games. I think actually my sister is making dinner right now, which is awesome. So I don't have to do that part. So I'm gonna check in with her.
Heavy rain in the forecast.
Thank you, Mitri Man. Thank you so much.
Heavy rain
Aw.
in the forecast.
And loves. Thank you for the loves.
Heavy rain in the forecast.
Yeah, let's see. I'm gonna get some. Let's get some music happening. So quiet. There we go. So many shout outs. Did you do a shout out for something great? I assume we did. Well, I'm not leaving yet. I'm just texting. I'm gonna play a game. I'm gonna drop my code really quick and play a game. One moment here. You know, you always want to have that screen available. Uh-oh. Where is the double music coming from? Oh, I know. Wait. There we go. Thank you, Quad. Hey, Quad. That's an old queue from... That was an old queue. How do I clear the queue? Hang on. That was from, like... There we go. We're not opening the queue yet. So hang on. I still gotta figure out what I'm doing here. I'm gonna hide this while I grab my code though. So no one can snipe it from the screen. You can snipe it from the chat. Lol. I'm gonna see what's up with food while I play a game. Who's gonna catch it? And also, shout out to TD. I know he's if I can. How do I shout out TD when he's not here? I think I can do it with writing it out. I know he's gonna be answering a lot of questions. Let's see. That doesn't work. Huh. Hang on 1 second. We're not using the queue right now? Cause I need food. I can't go on a game playing spree yet. We're gonna do random. Grabbing of code. I mean, I would even just raid over to NFT Gamer right now, but Hey Chia, how's it going?
what have we done? We cannot run, people going berserk. Yeah, I have become death and the destroyer of worlds. Yeah, it has begun. Killing each other, guess we'll never learn. Yeah, I have become death and the Yeah, look how we hurting the planet. I don't understand it, it's getting so frantic. We are the problem, it's tragic. We always at war and we bringing the damage. It's really time to acknowledge that we got a problem. Let's do something about it. Hey, before we all get too violent and dropping the bomb and the bomb is atomic. Death and destruction, what we created. Need to find a solution, ain't no debating. We are death in the flesh and we causing a mess like our mind is gone and it's inebriated. There's a monster that I see in the mirror. We got to stop and just reconsider our actions. I sit back and observe and see that we become destroyer of worlds. What have we done? We cannot run, people going berserk. Yeah, I have become death and the destroyer of worlds. Yeah, it has begun. Killing each other, guess we'll never learn. Yeah, I have become death and the
Watch them burn, everything around the world. Pretty blood and dust everywhere, men created the gas chambers. C'est vrai que ça fait peur, quand on voit l'état des cœurs. Partout c'est la guerre, dans tous les cas c'est le même. Ça le résultat sur le terrain des tas de mercure. Mais ceux qui décident sont tabac, ils sortiront le champagne. Comme une benefits, living while even if children are running on their minds. Dans les quatre coins du globe, on est jamais loin de ces horreurs. C'est brothers killing each other, money and power come first.
What have we done? We cannot run, people going berserk. Yeah, I have become death and the destroyer of worlds. Yeah, it has begun. Killing each other, guess we'll never learn. Yeah, I have become death and the
We're all of our leaders, spreading evil, they wanna ill-treat us. The bonds will defeat us, spitting facts from the Bhagavad Gita. We all become death, Oppenheimer trying to teach us. Detonate till we all become ether, empty, ain't nothing left for your features. Deadly, we just wanna kill and release these demons until we all rest in the deep pit. We destroying the world so frequently, seems that we can't seek peace so easily. Warfare is the beast that we unleash unreasonably until we deplete the streets of the people you keep beneath. We all stuck in the cage that the monsters reach the feast. Take it so easily, we all scared for our lives, can't hide from the demon's teeth.
What have we done? We cannot run, people going berserk. Yeah, I have become death and the destroyer of worlds. Yeah, it has begun. Killing each other, guess we'll never learn. Yeah, I have become death and the
I have become numb, I wanna run away and never come back. It's all fun and games until I burst in flames and then I attack. I am my worst enemy, lately I don't know what's gotten into me. I'm mad, but I am not looking for sympathy. I have no empathy, deep down I'm hurting and sad. Fighting these monsters inside of me, once they take over, ain't no stopping me. I can't accept your apologies, just I can't forgive myself, don't bother me. Look for the boogeyman under my bed, but this whole time he's inside of my head. Everyone's going insane, my how times have changed, the world has come to an end.
No. Yeah, the dinner. Yeah.
New follower.
Excuse me, how's everyone doing?
follower.
Hey. Thanks for the
New
raid.
subscriber.
New follower. Hello? I don't know if you guys can hear music. I was trying to get my music here.
New subscriber.
Hey, thanks for the subs.
New subscriber.
It looks like I have
New
music, but I
subscriber.
don't hear it.
New subscriber.
Okay. Yeah, I
New
turned it off
subscriber.
for the TD shadow. So I gotta figure out how to turn it back on. Look. Not sure how to do it. Play button. How's it going? I think my family's coming soon to join. Asteroid, your queue is there. Asteroid, you donated enough. Stop it. Alright, I guess I'll have to play this one. You've done enough. Okay, wait, let me get the code. Well, you can see it right here. Oh, Buzz King, you got in. Buzz King, I don't even know if I've played you on my stream yet.
Raid incoming.
Oh, here comes online in. Fraz.
New follower.
Nice. Oh, thank you for coming. It's exclamation, join more.
Heavy rain in the forecast.
Thank you. Your very last bit. Thanks so much. I appreciate it.
New follower.
Thanks for follows. I'm really happy that I got to eat dinner. Hello, Tony Snuff. Welcome. Can you hear music now? This is a kind of a quieter song. I gotta figure out what I'm gonna put on here. Whoa. Hello, Marklar. It's exclamation. Join war, Marklar. If you got it. Oh, you got. Oh, actually, war works. I forgot. Good job. Hi. Nice to have you here. Let's see. Gosh. DP. I don't have my glasses on. DPN TMG. Now we have music. Hey, I figured out at least one of them. Your Pokemon escaped. Uh-oh. There's a questionnaire about loyalty points if you would like to put in your 2 cents.
New follower.
Hey, welcome, Mr. Headhunter. I'm a little stuffed again, so I thought you were too from the shadows. It's kind of weird. How's it going, Quad? All right, from the shadows, thank you. Thanks for coming by. I can talk you to sleep. I'm really good at it. Kisses. Good night. See you tomorrow, Q. Tomato Gucci, tomato Gucci. No, I thought you were going to bed. Because you said kisses. You know I won't kick you out. Oh, I see. Kisses for the shout out. Thank you. Is it too late for bed? Bread on a bread? You're just like rhyming crazy. You can rhyme so well in another language. Oh, you slept till 1:30 a.m. You're all messed up. I think Bella's gonna take you out. Oh no. You wrote romance poems. That's adorable. GG's. Aw. That was fun. Alright, tissues. Oh, thermal ash. You freaked me out, man. Come here. That's pretty. Hello, everyone. Easter bought some packs. I'm sorry I crushed your soul, asteroid. Yeah, a mint too. Oh, oh, I see. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I thought you got a 2 for a second. But 10's good. Oh my gosh. I'm gonna look at, I'm gonna spy. That's okay. I'm gonna spy on your accounts. Yeah, that just didn't like that because it doesn't keep spinning. Because after it stops, cat's like, it's over. Throw the balls all over the room. They're gonna end up under the bed. All right. She's still working on her packs. I don't know what I did to my Forsaken music. I messed it up. Oh, I'm gonna need help with that cube. How big is it? Not too bad yet. I will send you a code when you're up. How are you, Marklar? When's your next tournament? I don't want to miss it. Can Marklar hear us? I guess he can read your comments. I forgot you're not in my head. I'm only a little worried about killing my bandwidth. I didn't. Oh, it says Ah, it's already on black. I'm not black. What am I saying? It's on red. Hi. Hey, sister and niece. Hi. I didn't even see you walk in. Fine. Over the top, over the ceiling. I didn't ask your son about it yet. Distillate, are you still opening packs right now? Or are you taking a break? The slow roast, huh? Open them when they're on fire. Good idea. Yeah. I just ate some dinner. It was really good. I was all planning to stay up late. Don't smack me. Should I have some coffee at this hour? It would taste so good. Yep, sisterly love. Can you fix the internet for me? The internet. Fix the internet. We haven't moved that quick. We're slow. Tissues. It's a GG's. Buzz King, you're up. Ooh, silly ectoplasm. We should see about if I could show you how to do the quiz. You want to come in here? I guess after you're done with your loot packs. Thanks for playing tissues. We do have a grub going if you want to jump in the grub. It is. I play. Maybe we'll do a marbles tonight if my computer can handle it. Probably have to wait past the slow time of my internet. It seems to be right now. You'll have some? Where's Buzz? Hey, Buzz. You'll have what? Coffee? Silly? There you are. There's a code for you. You got a loot leader? Awesome. I gotta see that. We're gonna go peep. I'm gonna peep your wallet. Oh, Victor, nice. Authentic Victor loot leader. Very nice. Oh, you got a Marky Mark one. Abandoned forces. We got some nice WMD cards. That wasn't me yawning. Little hex tech. There is a max. That's good. I'm gonna make it more expensive if it happens too fast. Yeah, we gotta grub. running. We just have to remember to do it before. Silly! Don't betray me.
Heavy rain in the forecast.
Gabox. Thanks, G Daddy. Aim. Make sure you do distillate. It's join war or war. If you want to get in the grubs, it's exclamation play. There you go. So I don't know for sure. I was looking at the mod view and I can't see the extension anywhere. You can? Oh, show me.